Maybe that took him off twice, but it did. Oh, we have drops too.
What would you ask of me? I serve Silver.
I've managed to unravel most of his wards, but Galadriel was always extravagant with his safeguards. I will need your help for this last one.
The Sunwell must be protected.
Your redeployment leaves a scant few behind to empower the Sunwell. Would you check in with the Vanguard commanders for me, champion? I must explain to the General why the Sunwell must—
Prepare yourself, champion.
You think too provincially. We need the full might of the Vanguard to defeat Zagan.
My soldiers are too accustomed to sparring with the light. They need to learn the tricks of other martial traditions.
Are you with the Holy Land?
You are a beacon in the darkness. We will succeed.
Hear those modifications
Did I get it?
will suffocate.
Hello?
Here on the other side is thicker than my Grand Lamb stew.
The Holy Land.
You are a beacon in
Like
the
I said, I
darkness.
went too far.
We will succeed, no matter the cost.
There we go.
Good on ya! The Grand taught me to fight the good fight, even if it seems hopeless, and to put me faith in the light. Though 2 tons of light blessed Warframe bolsters my courage.
Anaria Shala. Pleasantries can wait. Remain vigilant. I answer to
We have left you a token force to hold back the Void Storm. Light willing, it will suffice.
We both claim the light as our guide, but yours is a sterile, cold faith I scarcely recognize.
Can't spare the troops. Those ethereal cannons have us pinned down. The light, we're being hit from all sides. We need a tactical assessment. Umbric, the champion can assist you.
With this device, you will be able to view the tactical situation in relative safety.
Cool.
devouring host has been drawing out Vanguard forces and picking them off. They won't last long without rescue. Come with an open mind.
Do we have?
Look! One of the Vanguard officers has been captured. They've been trying to track these beasts. Their use of void portals makes it nearly impossible. My own people, captured by the Ethereals and their life force siphoned to power these turrets. I could scarcely believe it until I saw it with my own eyes. We must rescue them, champion.
The Shadows serve us. We serve the Alliance.
The captured Rendori are links in a chain. Break that chain, and our assault can truly begin.
I haven't done this in a bit.
The greed enslaves you, while I am empowered by it.
The void fire will fall, Ethereal.
Oh man, of course. Oh hey lady, I'm glad you made it back home in one piece. Thank you for that 30 bits. You missed out. I made spam and eggs. I guess missing out is if you like spam. But the stew has are open.
Here, take this message back to Xal'atac.
Oh, they're all casting. I'm glad you had a good time yesterday. That makes us happy, of course. What time are you going live today? That is true. This is my lumber. Have to get food. Nice. How angry were the babies? Oh no. Oh no. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Let me fly. Oh, mama. Oh.
Well, if it isn't my favorite little monster. Oh, what pleasure will you bring me today? Oh, and it's you again. And if you come across anything interesting, I'll be waiting for our next meeting. Always a pleasure. Just the Azerothian I've been looking for.
They're so sweet.
I hope your little strike team is ready.
If you are done instigating, Decimus, our Rift Wardens stand at the ready.
Yeah.
Stars guide our path.
I figured.
Forward!
Oh. Oh, I probably could have gone up to hard, but that's fine.
Alari, you and Leona establish a perimeter. Balath, scout ahead with Barat and the others. Ymera, keep us hidden while we gather our bearings. Champion, to me.
This is the new stuff?
Our allies have scouted ahead. Neutralizing the Void presence here buys our people back home the respite they need. Sow chaos, Champion.
Yeah, this is the new stuff.
There is a massive beast with one of those collars. See if you can take it for a ride.
We stand with the Alliance.
Again, I'm glad I made it home in one piece. Number one. Number two, I'm sorry the baby protest. I'm sorry, baby protest. Clearly, we're not gonna go that way. Oh, we're not gonna get this way either. Okay. Yeah. Piston is asleep. She's happy she got to go outside today. She's chilling in the cat tower right now. Actually, a coffer's too. A coffer cheese. Oh, ouch, ouch, ouch. Okay, maybe this is not a very good idea. This stuff hurts. Oh, of course I get more. Oh, it goes around in a circle. Listen, I'm learning. Let's give myself a shield. this guy. We'll PI too. Oh yeah, I was gonna die. My cooldown went off. Maybe she just wanted all the attention. She's like, I know what'll get all the attention. I'm gonna go ahead and shit everywhere, that way she has to give me attention. That hurt. Ooh. Heck yeah. Destroy all this stuff. Come here. Let's go. It's only I can smash. Consume, destroy, devour. Let's gather up all this stuff and then BAM! Just puke for a little while. Oh, let me get you! You're telling me this big dude cannot... Can't just climb up that. Okay. Weird, but okay.
Another powerful blow. Continue to strike.
I'm trying to get this done before before the end of the month. So I still don't think I've missed a month of getting the Traveler's Log stuff, so I've almost forgot to do that. I've just been so busy with work and stuff. Better with you. That wasn't very nice. I finally got the verticals situated to make it look better. can do this. Oh, I need to not look at it, I think. Jesus, there's so much stuff. Oh, I'm dead. Hey, Bacon, how you doing? Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Oh, it's almost dead. It's almost dead. Kite. Kite it. Are we scared off? I got it. Whoa. Nice. Are you using the ATOM vertical? Yeah. Let's get back over there again. I want to stand in front of these. The way I get these orbs and they don't. Sorry, my dude. I just killed it. I'm sorry. Bro, what? Oh. I gotta write it down here. What the heck? I haven't been able to log in like weeks now because I've been so busy with work. My brain's been mushing. I've been dealing with food poisoning, so it's been fun. this guy out too. Okay, let me see about doing this. Oh, well, there's a beacon right here. There's a bacon.
Beware of threats unseen. The world still needs defense.
Okay, let me try and do this quest now. Which one is this? Just avoid lightning strikes? Oh. Crap. What? Getting distracted. Okay, what else is over here?
Sabotaging the Dominar's portal network will stifle their invasion to Azeroth. Do what you can and slow their efforts.
Oh, it's just like a whole area, yeah. Myself up. Hey Cash, how you doing, dude? Thank you. Yeah, I just want to try and get the Traveler's Log done.
That should balance the scales. Good work.
Okay. Oh. Okay, there's nothing up here right now. Go back down. How dare you? I just got out of here? Let's say, I swear, if I get hit by that thing, I'm gonna be so upset. I need to go down this way because there's another quest over here.
Your mortal scouts appear to have a freezing issue. Maybe you could find a way to warmly motivate them.
Well, that guy reappeared fast. Oh, I moved too fast. What? What? Stretching. Setting up your OBS. Managing your inventory? Oh shit. Oh, because you're gonna craft, aren't you? You're gonna work on your crafters today? No, it's amazing what happens when you do that, yeah? I did that with all my stuff. I just sold all my shit before the expansion on like all of my characters. Finally said screw it. Yeah, I gotta get out of here. Yeah, I got rid of. I just sold all my stuff off. I haven't done that in Final Fantasy though. You do not. You do not want to see my Final Fantasy fucking inventory. No. You do not. Because in Final Fantasy, I don't know what to keep and what to get rid of. I feel like they make it incredibly difficult for you to figure that out. Oh, I don't have 5 retainers. Hats has all retainers.
On this world, keep up the pressure.
You're still alive? Oh, you are. Yep. Listen, I worked on this character and now I gotta go through this stuff again from just playing. I got a bunch of mats and stuff, so.
I have many lucky doos you like. Farewell, friend of the Grummels.
Oh, everything's
May your
okay.
feet find good trails.
Yeah, that's what I started doing when I last logged in. Was doing materia. What? Well, there's not. What? Oh, there's not. I gotta reset the connection with my Elgato light like I always do. Oh, hello. I touched it. We have just Elgato in general. No, there's not. No, there isn't. Why are you stuck? You tell me why. Okay, it says I triggered it. Just let me fight my husband. I don't understand the problem. Change your name? That means your alert's not gonna come off. You didn't tell me you changed your name. Listen, I was just sad that I wasn't invited to Phasmophobia the other day. Oh, nice. Hold on, I'll do that. I'll do that in a second. Define tonight. I got a wake to go to tonight. For one of our friends. Tonight's kind of important. Ah, shit. Yeah. It's later tonight, but I just don't know how long I'm streaming for today. Otherwise, I would say absolutely. Can you use this one on here? Just in case I pull the other guy? Yeah. Last Saturday I had food poisoning too. I streamed for a little bit, but then I was like out. I passed out after that for like 8 hours. Yeah, from salad. From a chicken Caesar salad. Shit was fucking stupid. I'm pretty sure it was bad chicken. It was a Hard Rock Cafe, so like, I don't know how clean those guys are back there, you know?
Our enemies are ever relentless. Deal with this threat and act swiftly.
Okay, let me see if anybody's doing this.
Our enemies are ever relentless. Deal with this threat and act swiftly.
Oh, are these guys in? Okay, these guys are right here. Oh, they're all in like other instances. Fun, they're phased. No, I don't need another server. There's so many servers. I'm excited for you though. But I have so many fucking servers. We're not going right. We're not going right. We're not going right. Okay, we're going. I'll PI your ass. Go. Well, there goes that guy. Would have thought that a rep paladin going in there with such a big group that we have that's also phased. Yeah, this is the first time I've been on in weeks. So let me know if that noise gets annoying. It just lets me know when people have been talking. That way I don't miss messages. Dude, I am nowhere close. I would love to get KSM before the end of the patch. He was a bit louder than me. Is that better? Thank you. Well, that guy died. No, I switched it off of the death mark because I'm stupid.
Now that should balance the scales. Good work.
I got a sword. Oh, I like this song. I'm turning this song up. Yeah, I literally haven't had time to play, and whenever I'm on, nobody else is on, so I don't get to get the group stuff done. Really? You're road tripping across Canada? Wow. Uh-oh, Hacker's just gonna go hate himself. I just saw him log on to Overwatch. Oh, boss? Ah. I see. No, I'm in combat. Get off of me. Listen, I didn't ask for more people. I think a road trip across Canada will be fun anyway. It's not up here. Where is it? Oh, they're waiting up here. Yeah, no. Feel all the emotions. Oh, I'll bring this guy up here. I miss being able to do like long ass road trips. Oh, Indy, did you see the drum set when you came in here? I mean, I'm sure you did, but did you take a look at it at all? I know it's missing my throne and my bass pedals, but yes. Yeah. Dude, I need to count how many servers I'm in because it's ridiculous. Been picking on me the whole time. Oh, I should disable the bot messages for that. God damn it, I hit the fucking stupid button again. Trying to get my traveler's log done too. In the 3 days that I have.
Those
You don't
appear to be quite
want to know.
extremely hostile when larger.
I was capped out at one point. With all the game servers too. Cap was like 100, I think, at the time. I think with Nitro, it's like 250 now? Or 200? Let's double check. It's because of all the game servers and then streaming stuff servers too. I'll check Nitro. Let's see if it shows Nitro. 200 servers is the cap for Nitro. Where you are? I think so. I don't know. I've been out of the game for a while, so I'm assuming so. I haven't been here yet. I wanna be where you are. Oh, you haven't even been in here yet? Yeah. Then this is more than likely the new zone.
This will set their operations
Just a bunch of world quests.
Superb effort, friend.
I'm almost halfway to the... Let me go turn these in.
Death to the Shadow God.
There's like a harder one, and then there's a normal, and then there's hard. So
Well, if it isn't my favorite little monster.
The Renduri survive. Anything to report?
Yeah. Well, because like I think the first, the first like normal is like item level 219. I think it says. I wanna be where you are. What's up, Death Reaper? How you doing, dude?
Many wares. Many farewells. Oh, I have just the thing, Wanderer.
I'm doing. Trying to catch up. Oh, no. This song gets turned up too. Y'all just killing more stuff. Kill more of the big stuff. I suppose it also depends on like what class you are too. Because obviously certain classes are going to have advantages. Like I'm probably not gonna do too well in there without a group. I can listen to this song on repeat for hours. My goodness, more vessels. Holy shit. Let's say, I swear, if this box disappears... let go. Do this. I don't think I need to do this, but we're gonna do this anyway. Maybe it was good that I did that. Okay, this is stupid of me to do it this way, but here we are. Just pop a couple of cooldowns. We'll be okay. Let go. Okay, this is a long version. Hell yeah. Man, you gotta make me do a jumping for this one. This one better be good. Oh, you motherfucker. Hmm. Right? It wanted me to take this one, right? Oh, it's up. Oh, here I go. Like, get off of me. Stop it. Dude, this is the 9-minute version too. Dude, my dude is still fighting back there. Which means I'm still in combat. Dude, kill the word! What are you doing, bud? Oh, it's the top. Okay. There's another portal we gotta take elsewhere. Why does it tell me to take that portal again? Tell me to come back up here too. Excuse me, pardon me, beep beep. I have to fight you in here anyway, so let's go. Get your butt in here, stop it. Stop doing dumb and just get in here. We gotta go back down here again? So I should have not done this in the first place. That's really annoying. Pull these guys around the corner. I'm gonna. Boop. Oh, I'm dead. I cannot hit my cooldowns fast enough. I was trying to start my WoW earlier today and get in here and stream before, and my whole WoW like crashed. Thought my computer was gonna explode. Which would not be ideal. Would not recommend.
May the light embrace you. Dionysaka.
I think of what else I need to do to. Oh, I like Empire of the Sun. They were fun to watch. I'm so happy I went to go see them. This isn't like, it's blacked out for me to be able to do that. So I'm wondering if it's bugged? I gotta go back through again. Boo. I'm a little sad that Journey's gonna be here when I'm on the mainland, of course. They're here like the week between the Gorge and BlizzCon. I guess I need to kill this guy again. No. Frick. Go back down there. Go back down there. I hate this. There we go. Get these guys away from me again. Ah, there we go. I did kill him the first time, but that's okay.
Guide your footsteps.
Okay, we gotta take this portal now. Okay, now we want to be up here. Okay. He's preparing himself, but... Hello? Heal myself a bit. He's not doing anything. Oh, he's protecting. You're not doing anything either. Just standing there. Is he bugged? I feel like he's bugged. I have no time to heal up. He wasn't channeling anything. That was a little sad. Oh, this song's really good too. Go. Stop. So okay, now we gotta go back. Go do this quest too. Oh, everything just appeared. That's cool. All right, okay. Let's just die. That's probably what's gonna happen. Got me popping all my cooldowns. Oh no, I still might die. Oh yeah, I'm gonna die. That was some bullshit. Nothing was there until it all of a sudden was. So that's fun. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. The phasing there was fantastic. 10 out of 10, would totally do it again. You're just left there. Really? This just appears? I think this guy is outside of this. Okay, is everything gonna spawn? There it is. What am I where did you come from? It's not a very good song. After this, I'm gonna go turn these in. Can't even reach those. There's no way that that should take that long to do this. The channeling takes forever for no reason, I feel. I've also been interested to play Motorfest again too. Then I have a couple of games in my Steam cart that I was looking at. Not a lot, just a couple. Since that wonderful summer sale's going on. I could hit things, or I could do that and get hit at the same time on the other ones, but not... Okay. It's fine. Okay, I can just step on these ones. And be done.
Well, at least you pulled that off.
Over this way. Okay, now... I've already killed that one. Then we're gonna turn these in. I'm gonna take a quick break. Let's see if I can get up here without like... That's the graveyard, so let's just go through here really quick. Fun, fun. Okay, let's go over this way. Turn this in and I'll be right back. I'm already over halfway to the log, through the log, so.
What have you seen? I do my duty.
Yeah, it's back that way. What else do I have? What's hers?
Seek this life.
Oh, the rares, that's right.
Dorai survive.
Okay, I'll be right back. India. I took it out the fridge and I just grabbed a spoon. Steve's like, I didn't have any. I said, well, you better get some before it's all gone. You better get some before it's all gone. I just looked down at it and then looked at him. He's like, oh, it doesn't look good. I'm like, just opened up the drawer, grabbed a spoon and walked away. He's like, oh, really? Oh, really? I'm just glad my hair is just long enough to put up to get it out of my face. But still banana pudding. Mm-hmm. Thank you again for bringing us. They're my favorite. Is this guy still up here? Are you? Quite sorry. Let's go to this.
Stand fast. The Void's hunger must not claim any more of our people.
There's this guy over here too. Hell yeah, he's got the idea. Get me out. I made it. Are you healing? Are you healing right now? I don't know why I yelled it before. No, thankfully. Uh-oh, there's another thing coming up. Nope, I'm moving. Like the desert miss the rain. That is you. Like the deserts miss the rain. Oh, it's gonna hurt. So I can cloak out. No, they're on my tendrils. They're on my wraith now. It's you. Like the deserts miss the rain. What's everybody's doing us? No. I'm not gonna be able to kill this thing by myself. Ah! What up, Jirexify? Thank you for the resub. I don't know why that was so quiet, but it was. How you doing, man? Thank you for the 21 months. And I'll miss you. I haven't been on this game in months. Or not months. Well, it has been months. It's been a few weeks. Because work's been kicking my ass. Where else is the stuff? Up. How's life in the Floridias? How's your summer going so far? It was Grim. Grim chose my character and Steve named me. So Grim chose my class. And Steve named me. Hence, fart bottom. Kept getting asked, who's fart bottom? That'd be me. That'd be me. Thanks to my husband. Okay, this is still part of the quest. I just gotta make my way over there. Went and took myself on a date yesterday. To go see the new Jackass movie. Because they make me giggle. Also, just in case you guys haven't seen it behind me. Like Johnny Knoxville and Steve-O signed skateboard, so. That was fun to see Steve-O out here when he was on his comedy tour. He decided to grace us. That was funny as fuck.
As always, they break upon you.
Well done, champion. You've struck a decisive blow against the devouring host. With Umbric's help.
Can I turn this in?
Do not bend to the whispers.
Thank you.
Champion, report to Commander Mountainfist.
I'm still behind on all the campaign stuff.
Since we got here, seems only fair we return the favor. Can't you give it a go?
Here I am eating my banana pudding, not realizing that I gotta defeat stuff. I gotta pew 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 pew. Listen, the banana pudding is kind of a little more important.
I can see why the light called you to this fight. You're an inspiration to all of us fighting the void.
If I remember correctly, Florida's kind of like here, only add on like 20 degrees.
Do not let the void. Check in with Eretor if you haven't had a chance yet. He's over on the other side of camp.
If I remember
tending to
correctly.
the wounded.
Oh, champion. You're here. Good. I need your help. It's good you are here. Light preserve you, friend. The
Yeah, I was talking to some of the
Vanguard
sailors that are here
full
for
of conviction,
Rimpack
and its soldiers
that are from
return
Florida.
here to the Inferno.
Evidently, Floridians have been giving anybody
We need to
outside of
get out there and help those still on the battlefield.
the state
May the light
like
bless
dirty
the
looks
fallen
for moving
and
here,
safeguard the living as we hold back this evil from our world.
or for moving there, I should say.
souls were peeled off from their units. We should stay together. Here, within the protection of my right, we will defend you.
Whoops, I brought them inside. Oh well.
Moving out. Light bless you.
Greetings, outsider.
Here, within the protection of my right, we will defend you.
I thought I went to another completely different mob. I'm trying to get the traveler's log done.
You would have died if not for you.
Oh, no, they're from Florida, and they were saying that it's getting pretty bad there, like, Floridians mean mugging anybody that's looking to, like, move there. Because they said that it's already overcrowded and stuff. Especially if you have California plates. Any out-of-state plates, they, like, mean mug.
It's that the devouring host is
And, like,
eager to
give
prey
people
upon
shit.
our convictions.
That's what they were saying. They live in Florida. I was talking to some of the guys that are here for Rimpak. But it's in particular, especially if you have California license plate.
What can I do here? The light will protect us. I should make haste. It's good you were here.
Floridians are stupid, so ignore them. Oh.
Thank you. We'll regroup for the next assault.
We must protect those in need. Thank you for all you've done, friend. For the Vanguard, for Silvermoon, and for me.
No, I know.
Champion.
That I'm aware of.
Amelia had scarcely arrived before she left to track down our missing officers.
What can I do? We need you in the fight, champion. A word. I ask that you not mention anything to my mother about what
Okay, bye.
happened at the Amani Pass.
No promises. Bye. Oh no, you're good.
I assume Eretor sent you to help
I
me.
am well
I
aware.
could use another scraps of a Vanguard uniform. Officer Emblem.
I kind of brought it up anyway a little bit.
Just as I thought.
So you are okay.
Abducting the Vanguard's officers, champion. Is this just the hunger of the beasts? Or is Zalatath gathering intelligence? We aren't safe here. Know your target.
Oh, there's
Stay
number.
alert, champion. These creatures can come
Gimme.
from anywhere.
Dude, I still haven't done shit with my house. Either of my houses.
This was one of the soldiers from the Vanguard. They must have been dragged from their cots and feasted upon here in the gorge. I just don't have the patience right now, especially since I'm so far behind on
everything in this game right now.
Eden, torn apart by those scavengers.
Yeah, that's kind of how it goes. Not everybody can, you know, put an amusement park in their house. Like some amazingly talented people that we have in the guild. Not everybody can be Saria.
Nelly deals for a friend of the Grummles. Like you.
Okay, I'm gonna wait for my cooldowns. Yeah. Last I saw, that's what they were building. I haven't been to their house yet, but they show pictures. No, I don't have a... You're immune to that. Yeah. God, my damage done has been reduced so much because of that stupid ability. There we go. I can't get it all the time, which sucks. So I'm just happy that I'm able to do some damage. Nice. Let me go back to the quest that I was doing. Hello?
This blood is fresh. Wait, champion. Do you hear that?
Nope, I see wood.
By the light, get off me, you beast!
A survivor. We're not too late.
They're busy fighting each other. Let's go down here. Yeah, I mean, are you surprised though with arcanes?
Oh, no. Not another portal.
Mr. Pepperoni and Olive Pizza. And once again, after seeing that computer, which he better be cleaning,
I need help.
or else I'm gonna be pissed.
Oh, you're not with the Vanguard. Not that I mind the rescue. Who was that woman you were with?
Turn this song up too.
High Exarch's wife. I mean girlfriend. I thought she'd be taller. Is it true? She has a dark Naru for a heart?
Everyone's a sense of wonder. Hello? Where did you come from? Oh, listen, at least they're healing. Jeez.
That's the big bastard that brought me here. Time to light him up!
Oh my goodness, get off. Get over here.
Champion, you made it. And you
Like I said,
managed to rescue the
that man better be cleaning his computer. If he's not, I'm gonna be so mad.
This is amazing!
Did my chat like reset itself? Heaven holds a sense of wonder. Oh, it's not showing.
Danger lurks. Stay low.
With the beast slain,
What if it's a setting and
back to
cross
camp on my own.
faction?
Then I will take my leave. It's been ages since my family was together, and Eretor wanted to talk to me.
Oh, I need to. Go here. Okay. There it is. Oh, I need to make. Oh, they're. Oh yeah, they're in here now. I have to enter a delve, okay. I found it to be really stupid, but here we are. You have to be in a delve.
You struck down our son?
What happened at the Amani Pass was my failing, not the lights.
So that's not my decoration. I'm not here for an argument. Oh. Can I do void assaults? I can go do this too. Well. Ooh, I can go turn this in. There's also another live stream of one of the Dave Matthews Band concert tonight. Well, tonight's concert in about 25 minutes.
The universe is full of mystery. Question everything. Shorel Ram.
Excuse me, that's cute. Okay. Oh, did I buy decor from you?
I
yet?
offer rare goods from distant realms.
I did buy almost everything. Or I got almost everything. Okay. Yeah, let me go do this. Do that too. Hi, Peanut. Oh my goodness, it's just Pete's sticking out everywhere. She's such a good girl. Don't tell her I said that. She is.
Be you well? We see you. May the s'mores be with you.
May the s'mores be with you. Dude, is it crazy that Mel Brooks is getting ready to turn 100?
The den has been ravaged with vermin. If we deal with that problem, the elders
He did today?
will be more favorable with us. Take a Grimlings. They are always up for a meal.
I'm so happy for him, because we need him to be around for quite a long time. Tomorrow, yeah.
The defenders of the Vale are growing weary. Use this rejuvenation pollen to
Oh, there's
revive
one over
them.
here. Where is it? We'll get it. Where are you? Are you here? Are you old? Are you friendly? Where is it? Are you above? Oh, you gotta be. I hear it. Oh, there it is. What? I'm about to say, I swore that I went through that thing. Okay. Still have one up here too.
Bongara village is beyond saving. You may mourn later.
Oh my
but you
goodness.
must destroy them now.
Badoo badoos. All the badoo badoos.
An immense creature. Slay it and preserve Harendar.
Oh. Cool. No, he's not there on mine. Son of a bitch. Some bitch. Oh no, he's right there. I'm excited for the new Spaceballs as well. Oh, I just wasted that. Is there a delve nearby? Cool.
An immense creature. Slay it and preserve Harendar.
Oh, we pulled. You can have it. Go wild. Jesus. Just gonna stay on this side. Gonna stay on the side. you're melee. Go back. Go back.
Thanks to your might, we emerged from that creature's shadow.
Got a
Well
plate
done.
helm. We're only 400 away. So all I gotta do is procrastinate. Are you up here too? Aha! There's missing more than one of those. Okay. I see one more world quest for that one.
The den has been ravaged with vermin. If we deal with that problem, the elders
But
will
let
be
me
more
go
favorable
to
with
this
Take
delve
Eggwings.
over
They
here.
are always up for a meal. The defenders of the Vale are growing weary. Use this rejuvenation pollen to revive them.
There's another quest over there too. Going for this right here. Oh, there's another one down there. Or up there. Badoo badoo. Birdoo birdoo. Birdoo birdoo. Let's go over here now. Birdoo birdoo. Badoo badoo. Oh. It's flying this way. Birdoo birdoo. Yeah, the enchants right now are a bit crazy. I spent a bunch of money on it. Birdoo birdoo. Which other one am I missing? Where are you? Oh, down there. Okay, that one looks like the last one. Direxify, you ever watched The Guild? Felicia Day. There we go, now I got it. Now we go all the way back across to this delve. All the way back across. Not familiar with that one. It came out 18 years ago. But it was one of the first like web series that was done on YouTube and jump-started Geek and Sundry, which from that came Tabletop. The Tabletop series came, Critical Role came from that too. It's they're getting ready to do a movie. They're getting ready to kickstart a movie for it. It's hilarious, especially anybody that plays an MMORPG with a bunch with people needs to watch it. It's some of the stuff in there is a little dated, but like otherwise it's well worth watching. office. There's all my coffer keys. I got 27 of them now. Holy crap. Dude, I can't even see this. Holy crap, I can't even see it. Dude, I was full. That night, I haven't played this in so long.
One moment.
Yeah. She's still good to just run as a healer, yeah. Yeah, I think I still want to run her as a healer. Okay.
Stay here and recover.
Okay, ouch.
Precious gift from the earth.
Oh, I just got that. I almost did not get that at all. She still has pretty good DPS as a healer, if I remember correctly. I thought that was gonna be gone by the time I went over there.
My eyes on you.
I have the smartest move without cooldowns. This could be pretty bad. Oh, I didn't scare him in time. Yeah, I pulled too much. Okay, I got my food.
Your pain, my blessing. I'll start the bleeding.
I think I can pull 2 of these guys and be okay.
Gather yourself. Be bolder.
Ready to move again.
Shadows protect you.
It really just might help if I move out of stuff, you know? You know.
Your life is mine.
Oh, there's a lot of XP around.
the breeders.
I just feel so squishy in this patch. So much XP. Oh. I can't get that. Let's go back down. To the other side.
Precious gifts from the earth.
Still does some pretty good damage.
Now strike.
I probably should have saved my big cooldowns for this guy, but that's okay.
Your life is mine.
Let me get out of that. That might help.
I'll take that.
Nice. Is that all the XP up here too, I believe? I don't see any more mushrooms, so.
Gather yourself.
Yeah, if you're interested in watching it, it was fun to reminisce about it last night. It's on YouTube still.
Your pain, my pleasure. Stay here and recover. Now strike. Your life is mine.
Yeah. Some of the stuff is a little dated, but I did remember it came out back in 2008.
Your pain, my friend. Now strike.
Crap.
I'll staunch the bleeding. Bounty from nature. Useful. My eyes on you.
Oh, there's this thing up here. I'm like, why am I in combat? It all makes sense now. You're in combat, stupid. Oh, that was nice. Am I gonna get hit? Oh, yeah. Oh, I didn't get hit. I'm shocked.
Be bolder.
Okay, there's this right here. I was trying to grab this. More XP, please. Thank you. Ooh, ow, 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 ow.
Gather yourself. Your life is
Ouchie, ouchie, ouchie. Hey, what's going on, lady? Thank you for the lurky lurk. Hope you're doing well. This way.
Stay here and recover. Straight from this.
I'm here. Okay. Yeah. I feel that.
Your pain, my pleasure. Now strike.
Where is it? History. Are you kidding me? Okay, hold on. Gotta open up Chrome. Log me in. Excuse me, I pause this. No. Can I not rewind? Bro, what's nice is... Yeah. Why is it so laggy? Dude, this is such a cool view. I'm gonna share this window with you guys. And yes, we are gonna listen to this today. I'm gonna put it here. Let me adjust it here. Oh, I just want to watch Carter. Yeah. Dude, I want to watch this view all fucking day. I'm a little sad that I can't rewind or anything, but that's okay. Dave Matthews Band. This is Carter Beauford. My favorite drummer in the whole world. This is live right now too. But with this live stream, you can actually choose like who to watch. I'm gonna turn it down here, but I'm gonna turn it up in my headphones. There we go. Yeah, this is my favorite band. And I'm sad I missed the first. I think this is the opening song. Yeah, they open with Two Step. This is the name of the song.
I'll take that.
This is usually a closing song, and this is a big weekend for them too. This is one of their 2-day weekends. So they play in the same spot 2 days in a row.
Gather yourself.
But the fact that I can just watch Carter the whole time is amazing. During summertime, they'll live stream on SiriusXM the live concerts. So no matter where they are on a Friday, they'll live stream the shows. Ah!
Darkness sealed you.
Yeah, but with this, like I said, with this particular streaming service, this is a free show too. You can choose who to watch. So like if I wanted to, I could switch the camera view over to Dave. Oh, he's not playing that fast. I don't know why it's doing that. There we go. Oh, it's just acting up. No, don't act up. No, stop it. There we go. So you guys get to watch with me. This is who I go to see every Labor Day weekend. We got a little offhand. Yeah, a lot of people just think with DMB that like it's the same hit songs that they had in the 90s, that that's the only thing they play, but they play so much more and so much better than that. Into One Sweet World, really? Are they gonna play it or no?
I have many, many wares.
What's up, Silithy? How you doing, dude?
Our friends.
There's no way they're just gonna not play that song. Hello? There we go. Tease that song and then not play it. What's wrong with you? WoW is wowing. This is this the new boss, right? This is the new raid, the one boss raid. Oh, I'll edit the vertical as well. Let me edit the game on here too. I know. So oh, I'm not even in my raid. Okay, we're just gonna stick with this one then, I guess. Or go single target. It's a single target thing, yeah. Do you have a single target or if it's if I need to cleave? Press save. Yeah, I figured you would burn yourself out eventually. Unless you've just been busy, but I haven't played in a couple weeks. Like I was just now able to get on today. Because yesterday I took myself on a little date to go see the new Jackass movie. Yeah.
Nelly deals for a friend of the Grummels. He'll like you.
Yeah. I don't think I have. Where's my health? There it is. Oh, I've seen 500 Death Punch open for Korn before. Oh, hello again, really? Hell yeah, I like this song too. I like a bunch of different music, but DMB for sure is one of my top 3 favorite bands. My favorite band in general. Well, I did not mean to pull that other one. Down by the lake, I saw my sweet love. But I've seen DMB the most out of any other band. They're one of the few bands that I travel for too. You go there. You go to there. That way I can help people keep people alive. Who we got? Oh, we get PI. Nice. All night day. Carter, you're supposed to be double time? I mean, I guess Carter's older now, so maybe he's not gonna do the double time on this. That's fine. Assuming all these guys are gonna open up again. Oh yeah. I love live music. I've seen a couple of my favorite bands live. Obviously these guys a lot. Foo Fighters, Queens of the Stone Age, I got to see twice out here, back to back. It was really cool. I've seen Korn, I've seen Janet Jackson, I've seen Backstreet Boys, I've seen obviously Weird Al as well, Deftones, Sammy Hagar, Cake, 311 multiple times, Yellow Card multiple times, Hawthorne Heights, Silverstein, so a little bit everything. Porter Robinson for EDM people. I've been to a few raves. Got to see Cosmic Gate, was pretty cool. You know, I would. Okay, coming over. Okay. Again, I'm upset that I'm not going to be here when Journey plays, but I don't know who's opening or who's doing, if they even have anybody for BlizzCon. I am wondering if they're going to have anybody. Big and lost. Big and mad. Bro, I roll a 90. Sweat down your spine. You're like my best friend. Is this neck piece like the new... Cool. I got a ring. I'll take it. Oh, that's the hearth. I think that's the hearth. Wait. Did I not loot something? Or are they still looting? Oh, they're still rolling. Of course, after I buy an enchant and another gem on another one. Yeah, yeah. I got it. I forgot to swap builds. It's okay. Yeah, I just bought a new ring enchant today. Now I get to do it again. Yeah, I'll be seeing these guys again this year. The weekend before BlizzCon. What sucks is what I used to do is doesn't happen very often, but sometimes PAX will not be Labor Day weekend, and I could have made both, but I don't think my job would like me to take 3 weeks off. Who am I in combat with? Those guys? No, I'm sure it's fine. Well, I think PAX is Labor Day weekend again, so I might see some people. After the weekend's done.
We offer greetings. Be you well. We see you. What new things? We wish you.
Aww, I like this song.
You are seen. Find new things. Be you well. Grow often. We greet you.
Of course, what we like about these guys too is no set list is the same. They play a different show every single night.
We offer greetings.
And Dave writes out the set list.
Our mind is clear.
Flies, black and blue. To a fountain, wish out the candles with the breath.
What new things?
And candle the got it.
We greet you. Grow often.
Love
Be
more
you
than
well.
I deserve. Wait. Out the mud.
You are seen. We wish you well.
Before the jig is up.
We see you.
Stardust.
Is that all?
Out the mud.
We greet you.
Hold still. Hold still. Hold still.
Be you well.
To us. But everybody do it. 1, 2, 3.
Find new things. Spores guide you. We wish you well. Find new things.
The puff guard.
Grow often. We offer greetings. May the spores be with you. You are seen. Spores guide you.
Say stardust. Out the mouth. Months before the cheek is up. I didn't have to. Oh, there they go. I'm like, I didn't have to talk to anybody. Usually on Fridays, I'm outside listening to the live shows, but because it's a special weekend, they're doing both. Sirius XM live stream the audio, and tonight these guys are doing the video. Be disqualified? Why was I disqualified? Yeah, why was I disqualified?
What new things?
Oh, they ran out.
We wish you well. Be you well?
They ran out.
Is that all? Be you well? We greet you.
We gotta help them overcome their fears. My lead singer's so silly. What did he say? Anybody catch that? What'd he say? Was that English? Was that English? Ziggy got assisted. Oh, we just gotta, I think, kill this stuff in here. Gravedigger? Gravedigger. Gotta be Gravedigger. Yep. Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. No, 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 no. Yep, this is Gravedigger.
Be you well?
So so alright. Both. You guys see the music okay? It's very, very low. Okay. How's that?
What new things? Find new things. You are seen. Grow often. Spores guide you. We wish you well.
7 to 7. Bike like the devil until the day he dies.
We greet you. Find new things.
Yeah. Right. Digger.
We see you. Be you well. We offer greetings. What new things?
Let's do it. Let's do it this time. Ah. Oh, it's just that. Okay. I'm like waiting for more to come out.
Be you well. We offer greetings.
That's cute. That was a cute quest line. Remember we small. Remember we. Excuse me. Excuse me. How dare you? Remember? Oh, I need to do one more world quest here. Oh, did it finally just... No, that was a warband. Okay. Room to save us on our own. Woo! The odds are against us.
The defenders of the Vale are growing weary. Use this rejuvenation pollen to revive them.
Pouring all over us. You remember? I like how I rejuvenate this guy and then he just runs away. Woo!
Well done. They will carry on their duties with
It's pouring all over us. Summer of love.
Fongara village is beyond saving. You may mourn later, but you must destroy them now.
We must take to the skies and push back the light bloom. To think that Eversong's light would wreak such havoc in Harendar.
Somebody else doing this.
Well done. Yet
The same pauldrons. And the lumber just disappeared. I just clicked on Carter's cam. Ah! So I'm trying to work on stuff. Okay, I need to do... What's behind again? Hold on a second. It's a good song. I know I keep saying that about like all the songs, but Blinding Veil Dungeon. Like the other one. Where? Oh, there it is. Just blends in. That's cool. Can I stay on? I want to stay on this one. You ever see monkeys see monkeys? Yeah. That makes me so happy. This angle is the best. Okay, I need to go do this as well. The Void Assaults. See, I wish they had these camera angles before. Hi, I did it.
We see you. Grow with honor. Our mind is clear.
The simple, simple life.
answers if you have questions. Have you anything new to research? Remember,
I gotta disenchant a
there's
bunch of
magic
stuff
in
too.
discovery.
Ever seen?
What have you
See,
learned
monkey
lately?
do, yeah.
I could use your expertise.
Anything you want, I have.
See, if I had a Tauren that I really played, I'd probably get some of this stuff. The Sand Scarab I'm probably gonna grab. All the flowers though. Always get the
Spirits
pets.
bless you.
Oh. Monkey do. See monkey do. Oh, there's one down there.
Lightbloom Athran is overgrown. Help my Farstriders tame the area.
Time is almost 3. Okay. It's a monkey do. Once.
There's been activity reported at Windrunner.
Oh, nice. Into satellite. Noise.
And clear out any enemy presence.
Dude, I love this angle. In my eyes, like a diamond. This could get really dizzy. Like, this is insane. Placing satellite. The king of yours. Winter scars myself. That's a lie. Ah, nice. Carter's like one of the happiest guys, I swear. That's one void assault. Are the void rifts the same? Came out from the Spore guy. Make sure you do it each week for 4 weeks. That's easy though. That's nice. I'm already on my way. Under.
Something is corrupting the very wilds of Eversong Forest. Purge the afflicted creatures and help stem the corruption.
Everything but needs replacing. Satellite. Ouch. Some health back. Assuming this is part of it, yeah? Oh, I like this song a lot. I'm gonna. Let me refresh it.
and its source has vanished thanks to your decisive actions here today.
Gotta go. It's having fun. It's like a wall. Come home from war. Everybody's screaming. Don't you cry in the dark, either lie. Couldn't tell this song is about gun violence in schools and kids and stuff. Off their newest album. Nothing here. SP item. I'm a say, baby, don't you cry. Don't either lie. Oh, baby, hold on tight. Why? Just looking through a madman's eye. What? 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 Turn down a little bit in my ears. Those guys just auto attacking.
But they have left their mark on our lands. We need to stay vigilant.
Yeah, it's a really good song.
Dominar
Nice.
are corrupting the local wildlife descend against our settlements. You must disrupt their ritual and dispose of the collective
Stop. What's the sound? Everybody, what's going down? Nobody's right. Nobody's wrong. On me. Stop. What's that sound? What's going on? Ish. I'm about to die. Shoo. Give him a little PI. Going. Ouch, 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 ouch. Nice. Just realized this isn't on here. Oh, nice. Original sin. What would you say? Oh, there it is. What goes in the air? What would you say?
Good job, champion, but we must remain alert. The Dominar are skilled at getting behind our lines and sowing chaos.
The mailman. Dang, man, I gotta get rid of this junk too.
I have many lucky do's.
Mom,
You
it's
right?
my birthday, would you say?
Farewell, friend of the Grummles.
What would you say? Let me go turn this in too. Hey! How dare you do that during the solo? What's wrong with you?
I am the blade of the light.
Sinu Amanore, Anu Belor de la Nacht. With perseverance.
Who do we have here, eh? Come to look at the scary troll in your midst?
How many of those do I already have? 802.
I offer rare goods from distant realms. I hope you find your purchase to be satisfied.
My goods are exquisite. Do come again.
What's that?
The Witherbark
All
welcome
of
you.
us a candy.
Step
Well, everyone goes in the
Belor de la
end.
Nacht. Shorel Ara.
Oh,
Sinu
there's
Amanore.
nobody in here.
Adiel Shalom.
Look in the mirror, my friend. Don't stare cannot speak. Just pass you by. What would you say? Give me a sec. I use the bathroom. I haven't gotten up in a little bit. Dude, I heard this song in the kitchen and started running. It's for putting in your mouth. It's on the wall. On the hall. Talk to me, girl.
Are you listening?
So ritual sites are the new thing. Some of us. She's in the avalanche down. Wait, what is this? That looks fishing related. Something better on. On. I need to get distracted. I want to go get that quest over there. I'm gonna go get this quest.
Sinu Amanore.
It's out this way, I think. Us. Chasing the avalanche down. Aw, Grimmy got a hamster. That's cute. Better roll. Da, 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 ba, ba. I think little Peanut wants to go nap. Oh, we're getting some crush. Yep. Stefan bass solo means crush in the middle of the set. Yup. You go see what this quest is about over here. Why are we not on? There we go. There's Stefan. I think it's catching up.
Oraka young Hashura. Ah, it is Akilzon's favored. Akilzon's winds brought you to me.
Yeah. Oh, come on. with the things you do. Again, feeling high in this moment. Feel our soul. That's pretty cool. I need a sunken relic.
Sit down with me. Let me tell you a story from my day.
I need to get pearls to oh, this is pretty okay. This is pretty cool.
Rest my bones. I need to find treasure. Where'd it go? Oh. There's a sunken relic. There's another relic over here. Cool. You're around down here. Oh no! No! feel like a child again. Good to see you again.
Okay, let me grab this.
But you didn't hear the end of my story.
Oh, that's cool. They have a bunch of fishing stuff over here. And there's another fish weapon.
I'm listening, my friend. May Akilzon bear you on her wing.
No, I didn't mean to hit that. No, I keep accidentally hitting 3, but I mean to hit 2. There's a big guy. Where's the shark? Nice. Holy crap, this one takes a lot. Oh no! That's really cool. So I can't go, I don't think I can go in that area yet. I have to level up more.
Sit down with me. Let me tell you a story from my day. Blessings of the Loa be upon you.
Oh, I bought it. I don't think I put it on then.
Good to see you again.
Maybe I didn't buy it? I thought I did. Does it just automatic? I think it automatically uses it. Yeah, it does.
The Loa are back. I feel like a child.
So we just gotta keep grinding this on out. How am I missing? Am I just too close to it? Do do do. Do do boop boop. Do boo do boop. Oh, you're cool looking. What's it? How am I missing? Do do do. Ba-doo boop boop. Ba-doo bee boop. Do-boo-boo. Aww. I don't think I was that close to it. Do-ba-doo. Do-boo-boo-boo.
Akilzon's winds brought you to me.
So depth Greece.
The lower of victory keep their eye on you.
Look at this one.
I'm listening, my friend.
Let me see how to get this. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Oh, I just need to catch 25 fish in a single dive.
Oraka young Hashura.
Oh, he just fucked it up. Wrong guitar. Yep. You got the wrong guitar. I think they're laughing at him. Fuck you and fuck you. There we go. That's fucking funny. Did I miss? Uh-oh. He's ahead a little bit on the vocals. There you go, Dave. My man's is struggling a little bit. Quit running from me. You know, fine, I'll go for these guys. Hello? Aw, something hit me. I got 19. Okay, I just need to go for the little guys.
It is Akilzon's favorite.
Skip the big guys, go right for the little guys. Going just for the little guys, just try and get this achievement. Stop being so squirrely, just let me get you. There we go. Got it. What happened to this? What happened? What happened to the... Hey! Stop it! Hello? Oh, I need to surface safely is my problem. So I was down there for too long.
I'm listening, my friend. May Akilzon bear you on her wings.
All right, now we're leveling up. Hello? Dude, the hitboxes on these are so bizarre. Hello? Am I just too close? Dude, these hitboxes are so weird. Get this, then we get surfaced again. I get 1,000 for servicing safely.
Akilzon's winds brought you to me.
Depth divers use tank. So
The lower of victory keep their eye on you.
they're designed to raise. Oh, I need to catch 500. Okay. We will come back to this. So what we were doing over here, the ritual site. Off again. There we go. Oi! Oh, nice. So we got KSM. Swept away. Stood down and touched you. Oh, space. Turn away, brother, sister. Sun feet are rolling light between the eyes and the sun feet are rolling light between dividers and the sun feet. All right, looks like we gotta go this way. Yeah. Everybody come up here. Rid of the big guy. Oh, why am I running? I can use my mountain here. sister go dancing through my head. Future is your I shouldn't have dropped down here. It's okay. Oh, I guess I have this big guy right here too. Nice. We're about stand. Come on, get everybody. Ah, I didn't get out in time. It's a tripping billies. He's gonna be up this way. Yeah, there you are. Yes. On the beaches we roll, pineapple, grass, grace, okay, I still have that to do, but hello, can I get up these stairs? Okay, just creatures being enhanced, but doesn't really tell me like who these drop from. Hmm.
I would hear your scream.
I'm in the what am I doing right now? Ritual site. Trying to get the Ember of Power. Ah! Ah! Storp! I have to kill these guys first.
This is how it feels.
Two. This many. Four and above. I got 2. Because that's how I got the quest. Listen, why? No, it's fine. It's almost over. It's gonna drive me crazy, but... Okay. Maybe after you get the initial quest. I believe you.
Many deals for a friend of the Grummles. Like you, may your feet find good trails.
Excuse me, why would you do that at the end? Hello? 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 Bro. That was some bullshit. Right at the end of the song, it decided to crap out. Requires 1 challenge. I unlocked that one, so where is it? Right? It said I unlocked it. Oh, I gotta go back. I can read. I can read. Was that not the end of this? Okay, it fixed itself. I'm gonna turn these in. Sierra, what are you expecting?
Power attracts power. I seek all truths. True power lies within us. Master your demons. Darkness absolve you.
With perseverance, strength.
Unlock more challenges.
Sinu Amanori.
Spread my wings.
The dark power pouring out of the Sunwell. We need to let Lorthamar know what's happened. You go ahead of us.
Oh, in one day I can get this. That's crazy. Yeah. Are you having her be a healer on your mage? Or are you having her be DPS? DPS? I go healer, at least on mine. I guess if you're Frost Mage, it doesn't really matter because Frost Mage is pretty OP, but on my priest, I have her go healer.
Champion, place these tokens on any survivors you find. They will allow my magisters to teleport them to safety.
That's almost done too. Yes, I will call this. Step to you. Fool, you're blind. Move aside for me.
So, your path leads you here.
Neighbors, you must move on, or I will spare you.
Anu Balore Delana.
Make this last little bit. Nice. Oh, if I just go do the Void Assaults. If I just finish up the Void Assaults, I'll be fine. Well, that sucked getting stuck there. Yeah, you have him as tank. Don't drink the water. Still DPS? What? Is she just useless as a tank? Oh, I just missed this. That sucks.
Dominar ritualists are corrupting the local wildlife to send against our settlements. We must disrupt their rituals and dispose of the corrupted people.
Yeah. Nice. That was a good show. I mean, there's still an encore, but that was a good show. Main show. Just this guy right here? No, who else is around? This guy. This guy. All these little guys right here. Oh. Heal myself a bit. Get over here. From Delves. Yeah, at some point I just need to, I don't know, just, I don't mind Delves. Why does he invite me to group? Confused. Yeah, but how am I supposed to know not to stand and stuff? Is that a little peanut? Is that a little peanut? Ma'am, you have an hour. 1 hour.
The Dominar are skilled at getting behind our lines and sowing chaos.
At least I'm getting a lot of crests. I should probably go use them.
Daggerspine Naga have used the Tideborn pirates to smuggle void-enhanced armaments to our very doorstep. Destroy the armaments and disrupt the attack.
I was leveling up my, what else was I leveling up? Oh, my warrior. My little gnome warrior again. Why? Why do you keep freezing? Nitrexify, thanks for hanging out, man. Appreciate it. The time tonight. I love this song. Okay. Ooh, the time tonight. Listen, I need this to stop. Stop freezing on me. Ooh, oh, it's so close. Next. Oh, it's close.
Lightbloom Athran is overgrown. Help my Farstriders tame the area.
This is like a weekend for these songs, man.
Twilight's blade have been opening rifts in the hope of summoning greater void beings. Strike quickly.
Fire, some asleep. Fires from the east, out the The only way to peace. Well, I don't fall for that. It's off again. It's driving me crazy. Oh. Bro. Please. Ooh. Bro. Oh, come on. It's trying to catch up. Just gonna let it play. It's fine. It was working really well, and
A mass of void energy has appeared at the gates of Silvermoon. Aid the defense of our city.
nice. Lumber, please. There we go. Now it's lined up. Hey, Dad, how you doing? I'm finishing up the show, so. This should be the last song. Deer Creek. So we have some friends that are there. This is one of their weekends. No, my hair's just long enough to put up. Get it out of my face. That was a good show. There we go. Turn down the game a little bit too. That was a nice show, even with the hiccups. Turn this back down. I got knocked off. I can hit him from down here anyway, doesn't matter. How was your guys' day, Dad? What did you guys do today? Nice. That's good. We have that wake to go to tonight for our friend. They did the ceremony this morning. We didn't go to that because I didn't want to take up space that there's bad parking over there, and I didn't want to take up space for family members to possibly be able to come. So I'm just gonna go to tonight. Oh, my inventory's full already.
I have many, many wares.
The remnants of the void have been repelled, for now.
Do 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 be do do be do do be do be do
With perseverance, strength,
do be do
Shorel Aran, Anu Belor de la
do be do
we shall not falter.
do be do.
Power attracts power. True power lies within us. Anything
Do
to
be
report?
do.
Death to the Shadow God. What have you seen?
Let me spend some of these right now to upgrade what I can.
Stay vigilant.
Just like that.
Be bold.
Just like that, I'm out of Dawnkrest. Look at that, one day. I was at 0 this morning. Took 5 hours for me to get this guy.
It's a fine day for trade.
do want the back pieces.
Come back again.
Cool. All right, I'll be right back. We're back. Okay, now let me see. What everybody's doing. Oh, hell yeah. She's playing Cyberpunk. Let me see if they're gonna still be playing. If they are, I'll pop over. That's fucking funny.
No, yeah, no, for sure.
That's fucking funny.
I'll be in the truck.
Let me
go feed Oni while you get your shit.
let me swap over from WoW. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Oh shit. Oh, for stream together, because it doesn't like Brave, I have to open Chrome. Plug you. You can go over there. Of course, it's an update. Okay. open this in a different window. Like it says in my own stream manager that I'm invited to join me on stream. I am invited to join me.
Still, you're invited.
To join me.
Yep.
Which is hilarious. I know, Dad.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Oh, let me hope this doesn't mess anything up.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
I just gotta wait for them to be done with that game before I can join, which is fine. So let me know. Yeah, I don't know what it's gonna do. I got a quick update or something, so hopefully it doesn't mess anything up. Hello, Peanut. Oh yeah, it's just gonna affect that top monitor. Hopefully I don't need to reset anything. Yes, P. Persephone Penelope. Panini. Pastrami.
What the fuck? Why didn't you, like, send us up? I said I circled Jin!
That's really funny. Sorry, I've just been.
Sorry, Kate.
It's fine. I've just been patiently waiting.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Oh, I sent you the code already, Kate.
I know. I've just been waiting for you to get out of the game.
Yeah, we're in the lobby now.
Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm just installing something really quick. I know, Molv.
How are you, Kate?
Oh my gosh, why are you so quiet?
How are you doing, Kate?
Oh, I can hear you twice.
Okay, sorry. It's fine now. It's in game only right now.
They change around the levels. Sorry. They change around the levels.
I went into prestige levels.
No, I mean like the audio levels.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I think they fucked with audio levels.
Oh, let me turn up my game volume. That might help too. You know. You know.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I'm sorry.
She's not sorry.
I'm not sorry.
She's not sorry.
I'm working on shit.
Mm-hmm.
We know.
Chat, she's working on shit.
Oh my god, shut up.
You could have said no. She's getting ready to leave and everything.
No, I was just...
Sorry, I readied up.
What the fuck is happening?
How have you been?
Good. Sorry, I'm checking something really quick.
Oh, you're good.
How dare you?
Okay, I'm ready.
Oh, you get shirts and shit.
What's Kate look like? What's Kate look like? Oh my god, yeah.
I like how when I turn, my ankles break.
Yes, they do.
Let's see. Parabolic, photo, VMF, and motion sensor.
What are y'all grabbing?
My usual. My usual.
Okay.
Where's the breaker? Breaker's in the base.
I'm ready.
But you want to bet it's in here? Damn. But I didn't even ask what difficulty we were on.
Oh, we're a professional. What?
Oh, well, I'm probably gonna die.
What? Where are we?
No summoning circle. What?
Did you keep it on profesh mode?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Kate says she's gonna die.
It's fine.
Oh, we have the voodoo doll. Oh my god, you found it.
There's a closet in the main bathroom too. That's open.
That EMF
Oh, I haven't-
like right here in the hallway between the laundry room and the basement.
And my breath.
That's usually. Yeah, it's the dining room. It's the one. The dining room.
Yes. The lockers are in the garage are not safe. Bro, there's a fucking grill? What the
I
fuck?
have to eat sugar-free Jello because I hate my life. Because God decided to curse me with diabetes.
Was that God or just you? Was it God or just you? What? Throwing shit?
Okay, we need video evidence. Video evidence.
Are you here? Are you old? Are you friendly? You want us to leave? Where are you?
An elderly individual.
An elderly
Okay.
individual. An elderly individual.
An elderly.
An elderly individual. An elder. Ooh. Did it? Was that? I think that was just my breath. Are you here? Oh, stop throwing stuff at me. Are you here? Are you old? Are you friendly?
Elderly red.
I know you're elderly. Are you here? Well, I guess I asked if you were old. That's my bad. Are you friendly? Do you want us to leave? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you?
Yo, Kate's beatbox.
Where are you?
Crazy.
Where are you? Where are you?
Oh, ghostwriting.
Oh, hell yeah. She's writing. What'd you write? What is this? Some weird drawings. Are you here? Are you old?
Roger killing.
Are you friendly? Oh.
Got it.
I got it. Holy shit. Okay.
What else do we need for the truck?
We might need another salt because
Lula, you're down at 25%. We need parabolic.
we need another salt.
So you need microphones?
I need salt.
I heard
Or a fire
microphones.
extinguisher.
I heard
How about a
microphones.
fire extinguisher? Okay.
Y'all need microphones? I heard microphones. You guys need microphones?
Great, thank you.
Hell yeah, girl.
I mean,
Oh, it threw stuff in here.
Evidence.
It threw this down. Girl, why are you taking my camcorder? Put that shit back. If you need, oh, it's hunting.
At least I got the video. I got a video to go to. Welcome. Now you need one last video and you're good.
Somebody get a picture of her.
dead, bitches. Get the motion detector and you should be fine. Or the cruciburn, you know what, that's fine too.
Do we have anything besides ghostwriting and spirit box?
Check temps, maybe? It's on dining room table. Oh, y'all are fucked.
Fucker trying to get me killed by closing the fucking closet door.
I didn't know where you were.
You hoe. You hoe!
I need another incense.
I'm like right behind her because I was in the kitchen with her setting stuff up and she's just like, no, fuck you, I'm gonna close the fucking door.
Oh, straight up, you guys, that incense saved y'all lives.
What would a Pulte be? Might want to check UV.
Wait, it's not negative. We're in the 3 degrees range.
I said UV, not degrees.
You know, that's what Lulu was saying before we had to check temps.
Because it's throwing shit around a lot, so it might be a Pulte. Well, that's awkward. I opened it for you. You're welcome.
I need another incense.
Oh my lord.
Yeah, there's an incense on my body.
You're high on. Oh, you took drugs though, didn't you?
I took 2. But I left the other 2 for you.
Straight insanity, fucking fast.
Eugen, Mare, Moroi, Spirit, Poltergeist. There
Still
aren't
don't know
any
what kind of
ghost
ghost
orbs
this
in there,
is.
right?
Beep, 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 beep.
Bro, it's throwing shit.
No ghost orbs. No freezing temps. No dots. So, ultraviolet or EMF5.
It's throwing a lot of stuff too. We didn't get a parabolic.
Here, you want a parabolic while I try and get the UV, maybe?
Do you have a flashlight?
Yes, because I died getting the last video. You're welcome.
Oh, I didn't hear what she said. What's she complaining about?
Complaining about you being a stupid bitch.
I'm getting parabolic from the closet. Watch it spawn on me though. Just because. The fucking timing on that.
The ghost room might have changed to the living room, maybe?
I'm still getting my breath in the kitchen.
Oh.
It's been throwing stuff in the hallway too.
Oh, it just did the salt, yeah, in the hallway.
And it turned on this light. I didn't touch shit. Oh, I knocked off all these pictures too.
Take the spirit box to the living room, maybe?
That's still an option? Wait, no, we already got spirit box.
Oh. We did?
Yeah, I got spirit box.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, should we take Dots to the living room, maybe? I don't know. Check for ghost orbs in the living room? I don't fucking know.
Turn off the breaker.
Breaker was in the basement, I think. Yeah.
Turn. Oh. Bless you.
Guys, bless you. Scared the shit out of me.
Sorry. Is it in here now?
That's what I was saying.
Well, was still getting my breath in the other fucking room.
We're in professional mode. Anything could happen. Oh, oh boy. Bye.
I accepted my fate.
Oh, freezing temps.
Oh my god.
Great, great.
I'm a boy.
It's a Maroi.
It's a boy.
I can't bring you guys back because it's the voodoo doll.
Okay, freezing temps, it's a Maroi. Does everyone have it selected?
Yes. Yes. Okay. Some shit.
I just accepted my fate.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
Perfect game.
Oh my god. Well, if you're not dead.
See, I told you I was gonna
Perfect
die.
game if you're not dead. What?
See, I told you I was gonna die. Oh shit.
Let's see.
All right. All right.
Witness a ghost event and average sanity.
I don't know what to get for my other one. Hots, dots, hots, dots.
All right, who has my video camera?
Here, there.
Fucking taking my video camera shit. Stop fucking with my video camera. Blah, 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 blah.
Breaker's on, and we have a Ouija board.
Hello, wee wee board. Hello.
Little Waluigi.
The wowie. The wowawee.
I think this might be a 4-gay ghost.
Yeah, it might be a 4-gay goat, maybe. I'll let you know.
Well, we have a Ouija board and we have, I got the bone.
Yeah, it's a hallway 4-gay ghost. Right here. Right here.
Just drop that. Oh, there it is. And it went into the floor.
Oh, great.
Oh.
Young hearts run free, never be hung up like my man and me.
Just turn that camera around.
Don't be no fool. Okay. I got the other one.
Are you here? Or are you old? Are you friendly? Do you want us to leave? Oh, it's already
Okay.
Angie? Where are you? Are you here?
It's, impressive.
Are you old? Are you friendly? You want us to leave? Where are you? Where are you?
Can you set the book down for me?
Where are you?
Yeah. Where is it?
I'm recording. It's on top of the motion detector.
Hey, guess what? I don't see it.
Oh.
Now I see it.
Okay.
Oh,
OBS is
you
fucky
bitch.
Again. I got it. I got the fire extinguish. I got the motion detector. Ghost riding.
Yes.
Oh. We have freezing temps. Where's the UV light? I can see the blue light, but I don't know where the flashlight itself is.
And ghost writing too, yeah.
Ghost writing and freezing temps.
Watch it be a Mawai again, but it could be a demon. Let's see if we can get some feedy points. Did you get a video of the ghost writing too?
Yeah?
I have the UV light in front. I'm using it.
Okay, I was supposed to have you check like the doors and shit.
Here, I'm putting the UV light, shining it on the salt.
I don't know why I picked up the temps again. I
Come on, Salt. Oh, okay. Okay. Charging battery.
Hey, Giraffe.
Hi, Giraffe.
Weekly challenge is parabolic.
Talk to me. Hello. Would you like to speak to me? Speak to me. Hello. Would you like to have the next one's gonna be a ghost hunt? We're gonna have a ghost hunt next time. For realsies. Hello? Hello? No. We're gonna have a ghost hunt.
Yeah, it's breathing all funny.
Damn.
Fuck!
Did you get caught, Lula?
Fuck!
That's hot.
I died in the nursery.
With Dinah.
Dying in the nursery with Dinah.
Hashtag demon. There's no orbs in there, right? We didn't see ultraviolet. Dots we haven't seen. EMF 5. And spirit. I hear the spirit box in there. I just can't see it.
I had it. It's on my body in the nursery.
My body.
Are you here? Are you old? Are you young? Can you give a sign? You want us to leave? Are you here?
It's done.
I don't have any more sense.
I think it moved towards the bathroom.
We're both at like 0.
It's only at like a EMF 3.
Yeah, it hasn't. I haven't heard it go by.
I think it moved to the bathroom. That's where I was getting EMF from.
Are you young? I don't know what the fuck this is.
It's in here.
In here?
Yep, it moved.
Are you here? Are you old? Are you young? Can you guess the sign? He wants to leave. Are you here? Are you here? Are you here? Where the fuck are you? Alright, are you here?
I don't see it. Okay, maybe this is moving around here a lot.
We've got it. Where'd the fucking mouse go?
We good?
I'm alive. It's not over here.
It definitely came
out.
from like the bedroom area.
Yeah, it came from the bedroom area because I had enough time to see where it came from, incense it, and then hide in the closet.
I didn't hear any
I have to go
EMF
based on
5.
behavior.
So I think we can get rid of EMF 5. I think it's a demon, but
I don't think we've gotten dots. Like it should have dots.
yeah, it would be UV for demon.
And there's no ghost.
I'm gonna say no for UV or dots.
So we're down to Moroi or demon.
It didn't sound very fast either for the Revenant, so
I mean, I'm down to guess Moroi just based on the fact that it's been hunting more as our sanity goes down. Because that's literally the thing, is like as we become weaker, it becomes stronger.
I'm down for Moroi.
Like I think us going in there against us dying.
Ghost activity's at 10. Oh, it was at a 10.
we don't have any more incense or anything yet. Oh fuck. Oh.
Oh, good call.
No.
You're down to a 12. I'm only at 38, but
Hey, what's the cursed object?
your mother.
The cursed object is the Ouija board. So, I think we just leave.
This thing's gyrating so much.
Yeah, it's a little buggy with like if you're not the person who put it down, that it fucking jiggles all over the place.
So you're thinking Moroi?
Yeah, just with the way that it's behaving. Like literally, we stepped inside and it hunted again. Like demon, I don't think it hunted soon enough at the beginning of the match to be a demon.
Yeah, I was.
Like if it was a demon, and it would have hunted like while we were still setting up. And yeah, we had a crucifix burn once, but it was still like a decent chunk of time in, kind of thing.
Okay.
So that's at least my.
I'm voting Moroi. Let's get out of here.
We survived. What are you doing?
Welcome
This demon! I knew it! I knew it!
Oh my God,
I
it was a
fucking knew it!
demon.
I fucking knew it! But you didn't believe me!
It's okay.
But you didn't believe me!
Thank you, Dark Phoenix.
I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! Okay, let me go see if these babies have been fed, because P looks like she's dying of starvation. Oh, I can ready up. You
now
guys
I
can go
buy
in.
shit.
I'll just feed them really quick.
Okay, cleanse, parabolic, and photos.
Coming.
Breakers on. Got the bone. Garage lockers are not safe. No voodoo. No summoning, no Ouija.
Everything is fucking crazy. Okay, so we're gonna take these. Put these back in time.
What else do we need? We need cleanse and parabolic.
Where's that?
Hallway between the basement and the lodge.
Yes. Hello, Ghosty. Hello. Pay attention to me. Say something. Speak to me. Say something. I see nothing. Let me check temps. Oh, EMF 5. Wait, we already knew that.
Right here. Are you here? Are you old? Are you friendly? You want us to leave? Where are you? Where are you? Are you here? Are you old? Are you friendly?
It is this hallway.
You want us to leave? Where are you? Are you here? Are you old? Are you friendly?
Right here, it's 1.3.
You want us to leave?
Did you take
Where
the
are you?
camera? No, I took the camera.
Where are you? Where are you?
I have to go get salt. I'll be right back.
Where are you?
I'm gonna go get like firelight and salt and shit.
Are you here? Are you old? Let's do dual boxes. Are you here? Are you old? Are you friendly? Do you want us to leave? Where are you? Are you here? Are you old? Are you friendly? Where are you? 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 Hello, I know you're here now. Are you gonna talk to me? Are you here? Are you here? Fine.
I'm getting breath in the living.
You think it might be the living room too? Okay.
Where are you?
Well, I'm still gonna.
Are you here? Are you old? Are you friendly? Do you want us to leave? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Look, I found a squishy bone. Where are you? Where are you?
Oh my god.
Where are you?
Maybe it's a lone ghost. Stay out of the living room.
Where are you?
Budget killing.
Ah, bitch! Motherfucker!
It was a lone ghost.
It was a lone ghost and its spirit box. The sound recorder's on the floor.
It's cunting, it said?
Spirit box.
Oh, it could be some of the new ghost. Let's look for orbs. Just talking a lot.
Yeah, I like it when they talk a lot.
Just said we got evidence. I think it's... Hold on. Did I just see that right?
We got UV. UV! So the guy you.
We still need videos. Still need 2 videos.
Try to get a video of fire extinguished. We got a dupe. There's a dupe video.
It just evented. Just waiting for salt.
Salt technically is a protective equipment, right? Yeah, I would say it is, because it slows down the ghost.
Oh, well, that was bad timing. The fuck?
Sorry.
Who died? How did you get a video of the dead body?
I don't know. Kate died.
How?
Kate! Kate, why did you die?
How did I die? The closet door was fucking closed.
Can't bring you back.
Can we bring her back?
Oh, we got the music box.
Oh, shit.
But that's all we needed. We got all the photos, got all the videos, and got all the sounds.
Oh, okay.
So it's
Cool.
a guy you.
All
I
right,
don't know
let's
what
go.
to tell you, Kate. That's stupid.
All right, circle guy, you. Let's go.
It went through the door.
You guys saw that, right? It went through the door. How did I die? It literally went through the door. Lula had the door closed in front of her too.
100%.
And it went through the door and went for me.
That's so stupid.
The fuck?
I'm ready.
No, where the fuck is this clip? Nope, that's a different one. This one?
What? What are you looking for?
The fact that it went through the fucking door.
Interactions.
Yeah.
Supposedly it didn't change its favorite room.
Fucking stupid ass shit, man. This shit was so stupid.
Let's see. Photo, repel, witness. Oh, no blood moon.
Okay, so I grab this, Kate. Oh. Okay.
No, I'm mad at it.
Okay.
I'm mad at it.
I don't blame you.
Okay.
Garage lockers are safe. On the bone. Breaker is on. And I see my breath in the basement.
Oh, not the fucking basement. Voodoo doll not. Okay.
The voodoo doll's not in the, We have a Ouija board. still see my breath in the basement. You saying hi to the car?
No, I'm getting my aggression out on the car. Alright, you stupid bitch, where are you? Are you here? Are you old? Are you friendly? You want us to leave? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Are you here? Are you here? Are you old? Are you friendly? You want us to leave? Where are you? That's cool as fuck.
Did you turn that off?
I did.
Some sugar. I am
We're
your
getting our
neighbor.
breath. It's 12 degrees down here.
It's how many degrees? I can see my breath.
I can see my breath down here. I don't fucking know. Hold on, I'm just doing a temp check around the house.
I can't grab the temperatures.
It's a bug.
Maybe it's a shade and it's shy. Oh. EMF 4? EMF 4.
All right. See if we're checking for dots. Oh yeah, hiding spot in the basement's down here, back here. Oh, hello. Hiding spot.
I don't think it's gonna be a very good hiding spot.
Well, if you it sense maybe. I don't know.
Oh, there we go. Now it says it's 1 degree.
It's been EMF 4. It hasn't answered us at all. Are you here?
Yeah.
Are you old?
Oh, you know what? We
Are you
haven't
friendly?
done it by itself. Let me get
You want
out
us
of
to
the
leave?
room. It might
Where are
be a
you?
lone ghost. So
Where are you? Where are you? Are you here? Are you old? Are you friendly? You want us to leave? Where are you? Are you here? Are you old? Are you friendly?
Say no on the lone ghost thing.
You want us to leave? Where are you?
And I'm so sorry.
Why don't you give me a little scribble scrabble. Give me a little scribble scrabble. It touched the train.
Okay. What?
Let's see if the spirit box worked this time.
No, it didn't work while she was alone, and everything. I just got the movement. Just waiting for this to.
Oh, cool.
No, what? Fuck, I missed it.
I turned off his train. I didn't like it.
Come on, baby.
The highest it's gotten to is 4.
Okay.
See if the last one goes.
Hey, do you get overloaded encoder?
What was that?
Hey, do you get overloaded encoder error sometimes on OBS?
I mean, yeah, when I have too much shit going on.
Like,
playing too much.
I try and push stuff too high quality, and it just doesn't want to go that way. So I turn down the quality of my game, and it works fine.
The game quality's gotta go down?
Typically, yeah.
Jesus.
The other camera's gone.
It's because Lula's got it tucked behind her, I think.
I'm in the van if you want to pop it back on there. That way I can look for more dots too. No, leave that one. Leave that one. I was on that one. Leave that one. Leave them both.
We have a duplicate fire extinguish video.
Did you move it?
Where does it need?
Where it was before, because I could get the whole room. Tucked in the back. Yeah. It just formed there. It had a mist form.
Did you record?
No. Oh, that was on the other camera. Oh, she's hunting. Oh, he's a big boy. Oh, he's a big boy. Mm-hmm.
Think we're good?
Yep.
I tried to get a photo of it.
I know. Lula, you go boo.
Yeah, I just think she forgot to unmute.
Maybe.
Sorry.
I'm good now, I made it.
You need to take some pills, lady.
Fine.
You're at 0.
Now. Hey guys, guess what? We got spirit bugs.
Okay.
Did you get that?
Uh-huh. He just appeared for me.
So what's that, spirit box? Is that all we have?
That's all we have is spirit bugs.
Oh. We don't need the camera anymore. Let me close this fucking fridge. Do we have another cruci?
Salt down here? This cruci's double burnt.
Yeah, do we have
a book down?
Do we have another one? Yeah, we have a book down.
This one's single burnt. Here, I put it right there.
There's ghostwriting.
There is?
Yeah, on that book.
I do ghostwriting.
Okay,
ghostwriting. Because I didn't know where the fuck I was, so.
Oh look, there he is again.
Sup, cutie? Mwah.
It's gone up to like 1.0, but I don't think it's gonna get to negative. and we haven't seen.
Do you have
Dodge
incense?
yet. I have one, yes.
Okay, I won't use mine just yet.
Do we have salt down here? I'm gonna go get some salt. I will be right back.
Oh. Oh. That's not good. It's hunting.
Okay. No, it's a method manifestation.
It's hunting.
There's no UV on that one. Here, I'm turning on the light for the sanity help.
Clear.
Yeah, I think it's done. I was literally about to leave and the motherfucker slammed the door in my face.
It's still active down there too. As soon as it finished hunting, it started doing more stuff.
So go turn your spirit box and that's it.
And there's no orbs. We haven't seen any
There's no orbs.
I haven't seen it get to negative. We haven't gotten EMF 5.
Dodge hasn't been happening.
Does Ellie have a drug?
Deogen is not. It's not. Maybe it's slow. No.
How are we already out of? How are we already out of drugs?
Deogen. The Deogen is slow.
Oh, you grab drugs, yeah. You're at 0.
I've already had 2.
Fuck.
Oh, motherfucker turned on the train.
I think it's Deogen because it walked right past me because I was able to hide.
I mean, Deogen means you can't hide from it, though.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I don't think it's Deogen.
Oh, I thought you said I didn't hear the don't.
No, I don't think. I don't think it is Deogen.
Oh, Ellie.
Well, looky there, UV.
Oh, great. Let's get out of here.
That's a little baby Polty.
Oh, it's hunting. Oh, it's hunting. Oh boy. There it goes.
He's a big boy. I like how I can reach out.
Be okay? Where's Ellie hiding? She's in the closet. So.
Right, someday she'll come out.
She'll come out.
Yes.
Cool, let's go.
I live.
You lived. Good job.
Circle Polty.
It didn't do footprints on the first pile, but it did footprints.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
Oh my god, I got the patch, I think.
Oh, I still need fucking one more. I'm at 49 out of 50 because I didn't fucking hit that one time I died.
Uh-oh. Kate, your loadout's set in.
Why?
Because you exited out of the info faster than I did.
Oh, now I'm paying for upgrades. Ooh, I'm about to get broke. Ooh, Ellie, I'm about to get super broke. Okay, I got some tier 2 items.
Wait, I have no money.
Yeah.
Oh,
do
yeah.
You wanna disable your loadout, Kate?
I thought I did.
No, I still see all the greens.
Oh, there we go.
Okay. Ready to go.
This is gonna be my last one.
Same Z's.
Yeah, I'm gonna totally ban you guys.
Well, no, I gotta go here soon too. I gotta get ready for this event tonight. So.
Yeah, do you want to do this last one or you gotta go now?
No, we can do the last
Get
one.
ready.
Well, let's see. Firelight, parabolic, photo of the ghost. Oh, we got sunrise.
What the fuck am I using?
You know, we haven't found a single fucking map with a mirror on it yet.
No,
You're absolutely right. Breaker's on, by the way.
These nice plants they have outside.
I like getting the mirror. It makes it so easy to find the ghost room. There's a random camera in here, down here, on the floor. What?
No.
Yes?
No.
Found the bone.
What the fuck is going on with my camera?
Oh, yeah, okay.
You should come look at my screen really quick.
Because I'm holding your camera, now it's on the floor again.
Garage lockers are safe.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it
We
was
have
it
tarot
was
cards.
Ellie just doesn't give a fuck. Orbs.
I can't hear you guys when you don't talk on the
Orbs!
radio.
Orbs!
Where?
Move your bitch ass out the way so I can see my orb again. Fucking saw an orb.
Is it in here?
No.
No, it was in this hallway.
Yeah, there's shit thrown around in here, but
I got EMF 3, like right here, yeah.
the temps are not temping right now. Hold on.
There's one orb that I see and I can't record it. Let me record the fucking orb.
The orbs already. I recorded orbs already.
How? Motherfucker.
None of the temperatures are like temperaturing.
Okay, I can't move this fucking piece of shit at all. Fuck this camera over by the garage. Just leave it there. Shit's fucking broke. I don't know how you got orbs when I already had a camera and you didn't have a camera. Oh. No, I wasn't able to get it.
Are you winning? I haven't died in a while, which probably just
Closest is this room, I'm gonna say, is the foyer. Yeah, it's 11 degrees in here.
I got a video. It was right here. It's gonna be in this little nook right here.
Oh, it just turned on the nursery dollhouse. It just turned on the dollhouse.
Oh, I wonder if it's twins. Are you here? Are you old? Are you friendly? You want us to leave? Where are you? Are you here? Are you old? Are you friendly? You want us to leave? It threw the book. It threw the book.
So it's not ghostwriting.
Are you here? Are you old? Are you friendly? You want us to leave? Where are you?
Where are the gems?
Where are you? Did it just walk through the orb or through the thoughts?
I thought I saw something out of the corner of my eye, but I don't know.
I think it just walked through dots. Are you here? Are you old? Are you friendly? Where's my camera?
I have it.
Put it on. Put it back.
I'll give it to you. Hold on. All right.
Put it back.
The fuck, it just hissed at me. Are you here?
Can't describe it for shit. Okay. Let's go with salt.
I grab salt. I'll set some down.
See, the last one's good photo. Last photos are photos. Are you here?
Are you gonna record the salt thing or?
Did it just talk? Or was that you?
No.
Feeties, 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 feeties.
Banshee Hantu Formosa Bake.
More feeties. That's all that of that. Oh, it's dots. It's dots. It's a banshee. Get a picture. Hell yeah.
And I got video. We're done with video.
We're done with photos. We just need one more sound. One more sound. One more sound.
Get out, get out! I got it, I got the screen.
Hell yeah.
The only ghost that screams on the audio thing.
Oh, that sounds so
there was
cool.
one time that was the first audio I got, and I'm like, Lula, we got a banshee. We don't need to. It's a banshee.
It's a banshee. It's a banshee, Lula. It's a banshee.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
It's a banshee.
Look at those nostrils.
It's a banshee.
Oh my god. It's a banshee. Is it a banshee? Is that what it is?
It's a
I'm sorry,
banshee.
say it again. What
It's
is
so
it?
funny how much
That is a
smaller all my
chin.
stuff looks when I'm close up in your face.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
Yay. Oh, yes, I got it. I got the Tanglewood badge. Fuck yes. Oh my god.
Now we just need to figure out which one we want to work on next.
I'm broke again.
What is there?
Farmhouse,
fuck
the
it.
insane asylum, or the lighthouse?
The farmhouse, maybe? Fuck the lighthouse.
Listen, I need 47 more on Tanglewood. So let's get it going. Let's get it moving.
Okay. Well, not right now. I gotta go to bed.
Bitch.
I gotta feed my.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Thank you. I'll see you guys. See you gals later.
Bye.
It's like, fuck y'all, I'm leaving.
Yeah, just like, bye.
Of course. Why wouldn't I?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Have a good night.
No,
Have a good
you
night.
have a good night.
Bye.
Boy.
Bye.
Boy. All right, oh hell yeah. Lightbright's playing some Cyberpunk. So we are gonna go over there. Thanks for hanging out. I'm just happy we were able to listen to watch that show today too. I was looking forward to that, so. But I am out of here. I don't know if I'm gonna be live tomorrow. I might try to, but I'm not exactly sure if I'm gonna be live tomorrow or not. I'll let you guys know. I've just been tired from work and everything else, so. Well, thank you guys for hanging out. Go say hi to Lightbright. I'm outie. Bye-bye.